Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming this morning. Today we have special guests from 2 different countries who have a similar research interest. Sometimes maybe. The first speaker is Yusuf Celik. He is a lecturer. Assistant professor at the Vrije University at Amsterdam. He graduated from Edinburgh University and did his postdoc at Harvard University, and he has a concern with digital humanities and Islamic studies. And the second one is Dr. Imad Muhammad. You can call him Imad. He is Egyptian and then did his PhD at Indiana University and then did postdoc in several countries, Canada, US, and recently an assistant professor of business analytics at the Bradford University, UK. And thank you for coming. And without further ado, I invite our director, Professor Abdul Mustaqim, to give welcoming speech and followed by Dr. Munir, who will chair the session. Thank you. Please join the workshop. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah amma ba'd. Okay, His Excellency Dr. Imad Muhammad, coming from Amsterdam, welcome to Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga. And also His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Celik, like Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam, Thank you, for coming here. Honorable Vice Director Al-Hajj Ahmad Muttaqin. I have to mention this Hajj because Hajj is so expensive in Indonesia, Yes, and we have to wait for a long time, Okay, and my brother, respectable Dr. Pil Munirul Ikhwan, LCMA, coming from Kudus, Al-Quds, but he is graduated from Germany, Azhari Aidan, okay. And all lecturers of graduate school, UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Professor Muji, Professor Mufid, Professor Nina, and Professor Lesi, and the others, and Professor Nur Haidi, sorry. He is my lecturer, yeah. He is my what we call it, mentor. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Nuraidi, because I think this workshop cannot be executed without Prof. Nuraidi. So yeah, because he has links between Pasca Sarjana and Triple UII. Yeah. Okay. All students of master program and doctoral program UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Thank you for coming here. Welcome to Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga. Okay, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, my peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, all participants of the workshop, on behalf of Graduate School UIN Sunan Kalijaga, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. Welcome you to this discussion hosted by Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga. Syukron ala hudurikuma ala ziyaratikum al-qayyimah fi hadhi kulliyati dirasat al-ulya UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. Nahnu murtahun bi ziyaratikum ya wa insyaallah nahnu sanastafidu katsiran min tajribatikum al-ilmiyah wa thaqafatikum lianna hadhihi qadiyah jadida ma yusamma bi al-insaniyah ar-raqmiyah, digital zoomity, right? Yeah. Okay. The discussion is going to talk about digital humanity in Islamic studies. Al-Insaniyah Ar-Raqmiyah fi ad-dirasat al-Islamiyah computational analysis of the Quran, right? Yeah. At-Tahlil al-Hisabi li al-Quran. Sahih? Yeah. Taib. The issue is very important. Yeah, this is a new perspective that we show now, because as we know that the distinctive of Islamic studies in the graduate school UIN Sunan Kalijaga is interdisciplinary and possibly transdisciplinary and metadisciplinary. Digital humanities is a relatively new field of study because humanities scholars are increasingly discovering how computing, technological, and media tools are used to understand their research topic. A viable digital information direct opportunities to produce new methods of analyzing material object and perhaps even remapping the formal object. Tools as such data mining, text mining, and digital mapping have proven valuable for many other disciplines. In addition, I think that digital humanities appreciates or values collaboration, plurality, investigations of human culture, and disruption and reflection on traditional practices. Digital humanities also not just about using digital technology for humanities project, but how using digital technology for humanities project change the user experience. To be honest, I'm so happy here in this opportunity to be existent. I honorable welcome to all our speakers and all the participants. It is our hope this discussion would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians and researchers to advancing knowledge, research for humanity. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to all the committee preparing this forum well. Although we try our finest to be professional, on behalf of Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga, please accept our sincere apologies should there be inconvenience that occur before, during, and after the event. I wish you a very productive in this workshop with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchange for knowledge so that together we can improve knowledge and the quality of our research in the future. Hopefully that everything is running well. Thank you. Shukran jazilan ala محاضرتكما إن شاء الله فيما بعد وجزاكم الله خير الجزاء. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, thank you, Director, for your welcoming speech. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear colleagues, students, and also our guest speakers. Oh, so it's a great opportunity to have our two speakers here because they will talk about a very important topic, very new topic about digital humanities in Islamic studies. I remember one day, one of my colleagues told me that students propose a research proposal to his supervisor about doing computational analysis on hadith. And his supervisor said to him, "This is not hadith studies. This is not hadith studies." So then the proposal was rejected. So I think I think that the supervisor does not follow the new trends in the studies of Islam, particularly when Islamic studies come to in the intersection with the digital humanities. So I think Pak Najib has already introduced our two guest speakers today, but I will briefly introduce you. Who's come to speak first? Okay. Yeah, Dr. Yusuf Selik. If I don't know if I pronounce correctly your name. Okay. Yeah, he's an assistant professor at Vrije University Amsterdam, and he specializes in the digital humanities and Islam. He has extensive experience in the fields of the digital humanities, having worked on various projects, papers, tools, and data sets. And his current research focuses on a wide range of digital topics, including intertextuality, digital hadith scholarship, comparative Semitic studies. And I've heard from Pak Najib that you also just published your book on Qur'an. Yes, yeah, a very interesting topic. Yeah. Okay. Without further ado, would like to invite you to deliver your talk about this topic, very interesting topic. Okay.
I'll share my screen, inshallah, and I have to.
The microphone, please.
Microphone.
You already on.
Already
on.
far, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should turn it more this way. Okay, great. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Muhammad. And we can now start. And I am not letting you off the hook yet because, you know, you have not pronounced my name correctly. So I hope that this is a good translation. I made this translation so that the people who have not perfect English could maybe still understand what's the overarching theme of what we're trying to say here. And the, you know, what brings everything that we're going to talk about together, Because funnily enough, what we did at the Triple IU was focus more on the programming. But for digital humanities, programming is only one half of the matter. The other half, and you can read, please, what I made ChatGPT translate to Bahasa. Hopefully it's correct. Okay, wonderful. So the only thing that I understand from all of this is I'll explain to you menginterpretasikan data. That's what I understand. Humaniora digital, and I understand text, and I understand Rahman and Quran. That's it. That's all I can trace back. But see, that's the whole point. The point is people often fixate and focus on the fact that to be able to do digital humanities properly, they need to have all the digital skills first, right? So they need to be able to be doing some programming, they need to be able to create certain visualizations and so forth and so forth. But what they often overlook is what comes after you gather the data. Because after you gather the data, so imagine me telling a computer, please find all mentions of Ar-Rahman in the Quran. And then the computer goes beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, and then gives you, let's say 100, 200, whatever number. But the question then is, what does this mean? So now I know it happens 200 times, and then what? So who cares about that, right? So this is often the critique of not only the people who said this is not hadith studies, but there's often also a lot of current scholarship, classical scholarship, traditional scholarship, who just do this 100 times. Okay, so what? You know, 100, maybe Abu Huraira is in. So maybe Abu Huraira is in a hadith, so many times. So what? And that thing, why do I know this problem so well? It is because I could already program, I could already create software when I was a kid. So for me, the learning curve has not been about learning to program because I could already program. The problem was not knowing how to program or learn how to program. I didn't need to go to a workshop. I didn't need to do any of those things. I didn't need to have any kind of training like that. My problem was more, now I know something is happening 40,000 times. And what does that mean? Right? So you could maybe question this in terms of this is probably, it says menginterpretasikan data, so it's probably a problem of hermeneutics. It is a problem of ta'wil. See? And that means that if I gather all this data together, then you could wonder like, okay, maybe it's about when does it get really interesting when you do comparisons at the level of ratios. 100 times versus so many times. So if you notice that if Allah says maybe a few times he's Al-Jabbar or he's, the one Muntaqim or something like that, and he's talking more about being Rauf, Rahman, then you could say, well, that's because the Quran finds the one more important than the other. That's why you have a low occurrence versus a big occurrence. See, this is then it becomes an interpretation problem, right? To do that. If you say, well, someone is citing more this verse versus the other, then you get a better idea of, you can start to hypothesize things, but that's the tricky part. That's what I want to focus. And now I want to demonstrate a project that I worked on, wherein I gathered all the data, which wasn't the trickiest or the most difficult part. But how do I start to interpret this data? How do I make sense of this data and then present new results that classical, traditional people will also like? And they won't say, okay, 100 times this, 200 times that, what? I don't care. Now we'll show this. This is a project called Footprinter. And maybe you have seen it, maybe you have not. But this project is a project wherein we took 55 books of Furu al-Fiqh. Okay, you take 55 big books of Furu al-Fiqh. And normally, with traditional scholarship, if you want to know which Quran verses are cited by the ulama, you would have to take each page of these books one by one, and then start to take a pen and paper and count how many times it occurs. So, you know, how many times are they referring to Surah Al-Baqarah? How many times are the fuqaha referring to Al-Imran? How many times are they referring to this or that or that? But that would take ages with the hand. It's possible, you know, it's possible because I could see Al-Mabsut, for example. You would, you know, here, go through Al-Mabsut, you know. Here you have to see how many volumes just one work is. One work is so many pages to know how many times the Quran occurs in this book and in what way. To count that by hand will take so much time that, you know, you wouldn't want to start doing it. But Alhamdulillah, we have computers now. So I now ask the computer, I say, look, this is the Quran, this is Al-Mabsut, find the Quran in Al-Mabsut. And then the computer goes and gets it out, and then the computer produces something like this. I'll just show it. It produces this, another Indonesian word that I learned, jadwal. And it produces this jadwal, right? And it says, well, you know, verse 1:1, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, for example, is in Al-Mazaris Sharh al-Talqeen, where here, and then you can see the entire text where it is. What about, you know, Iyaka na'budu, for example? It is in Ibn Abidin's Hashia, okay, where exactly it is then at this point, or, you know, see, the ulama are talking about a lot of, because they do istidlal, they take their dalil from the Quran, or maybe they have a linguistic discussion. So what they do is they go, you know, talk about a problem, and then they say, in the Quran it says this, in the Hadith it says that. So, but you gather all of this, and that is okay. I mean, so I now know where things happen 200 something times, but what does this even mean, you know? Just nothing yet, right? It's just the jadwal, black and white text. It's not entirely very clear. So then you can wonder, what about if I create certain tools that will facilitate the ta'wil, that will help me understand it better, okay? That will make me understand the thing. So I can start with creating this kind of graph. So what this graph does is, all these dots are verses of the Quran cited by ulama. So in the end, until the 19th century, starting from the 8th till the 19th, the ulama have cited around half of the Quran. That is very interesting, right? Like almost everything in the Quran has been cited in the end. And now the ta'wil starts. Is there a difference for when you create such a graph and things happen in the middle and things happen here? What's the difference between those two things? So in the middle is 6, 1, 4, 1. In the middle is Al-Baqarah 229. That's in the middle. But here, like a lonely Indonesian island somewhere, 49:16 is there. And what does that even mean, that the one is all the way to the outside and the other one is in the center? Well, this technique where you take all the most cited, the ones cited by almost each book, you put it in the middle, and the ones that is only cited by one author, those go more to the periphery, those go to the sides. So in other words, the center is the tradition. And this is creativity. This is a scholar doing a one-time mentioning the Quran, but none of the other scholars in his school have used that ayah. He is the only one who uses that. And if we go here, you have al-Mahasin. It is a Ja'fari work. It's not one of the Sunni works. Do you see that it has its own island? So this Ja'fari work, al-Mahasin, is using a lot of Quran verses that none of the other ulama use. And why is that? See, you start to wonder now. I have to think about this. I have to hypothesize. Think, maybe simply, could it be because Sunnis have different hadith that, or you know, different kind of uses of the Quran versus Ja'faris? Yeah, could possibly be. So then what I can do is I can click on this now and then start to do something called close reading. So what I've shown you is you have distant reading, a digital humanities concept, which is you make beautiful pictures, you make graphs, you make bar charts, you make abstractions. It's like how you see in the train where to go next. Like that's not, the image is not real, like how the train track looks. It's just an abstraction. That picture was an abstraction, but then you need to now, the picture doesn't tell you a lot about why Al-Mahasin has these verses. So then you go into the text itself, and you see a lot of mentions of An Abi Ja'far. So you see a lot of mentions to imams and to important people. These people will not likely occur in Sunni sources. It's that simple. So they have different sources, different reasons why they are citing this verse of the Quran. So you have to always, but that's not enough. And you go back again to here and you start to maybe look again, maybe from this perspective, what's happening here? These are all coming together. What does that mean? You know, so you go back and forth between text and picture, text, picture, so that you as a scholar, as a researcher, start to hypothesize and formulate certain conclusions about what's going on here, what's happening here, right? And that is one of the things that is not something you have a workshop for. That is not something you have a book for. There is not such a thing that is like, you know, you have the Adab al-Mufassir, right? In the Suyuti's Al-Itqan, and in the Al-Burhan, you have the Adab al-Mufassir. And then it said, Ahsan turuq al-Tafsir is what? First the Quran with the Quran. Then if you can't find your answer, then the Quran with the Hadith, etc., etc. But there is no Adab, you know, digital humanities. There is no rules. Ahsan turuq al-Tafsir at digital humanities. So this is one of the problems that is, for me, the more interesting and challenging one, to find out that if once I get the data, what does the data mean? And then you can use a lot of different tools to unlock that question. So one of the tools I built was, can I see this picture in different times? Okay, let's go to only the 8th century, the beginning. If we only go to the beginning, see what happens? The gray ones are, only the yellow ones are in the beginning cited, and the number is lower. It's not 3,000. It's only 895. Then I go to the classical era, and suddenly it grows to 2,442. So in the formative era, in the beginning, the Quran and Istidlal was not so, there wasn't so much engagement with the Quran as when the later ages. See, and then the question is, why is this? And one of the funnier things that I find is if I go to the formative era and I say exclusive to, right? And just simplify the section. So I do this. So what I see here is only the first few centuries. And then the Ja'faris, they cite a little bit of ayat. But the Hanbalis, sorry, not the Hanbalis, but the Hanafis, only a few are orange. You know, 345, 883. But one man, Mr. Ashafi, he's the one who is all blue. all blue. He's doing like everything with the Quran. See, and in the beginning, a lot of other schools don't do that much with regards to the Quran. So if you put your data maybe in time, and you break it up in time, maybe that will help you to understand better what's happening with your data. Right? So these are techniques, but no one taught me these techniques. You have to be creative about it, right? You have to hope, maybe ilham, from God. You have to hope that God helps you out, because otherwise you're not going to be able to figure these things out. And then you can create things like, for example, these bar charts. You can see which are the 50 most cited verses of the Quran. Which one occur the most, like 5, 6, 296, 423. But look at the Hanbalis. They are just a small part. But then you look at the Hanafis, they are a much bigger part. And then you wonder, like, why is it that the Hanbalis are not referring so much to the Quran? Is there a reason for that? Is it because they rely more on hadith to solve a problem than the Quran? So what you can then do is you can again go and start to filter maybe on the Hanbalis and look into what they are talking about, how they're talking about. So you then go إِذَا قُمْتُمْ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ, this is the 5, 6. So you go back and forth between the text, back and forth between pictures and text, pictures and text. Because just looking at a picture or just getting numbers is not enough. Because people will say, oh, nice picture, buy. Oh, good, 300, so what? And that's why you need to formulate a theory about what's going on here. So this one is a very fascinating one, which is, this is which school is citing 5, 6 with other texts. See, like there is even a difference between, like, the Shafi'is are citing all these together with 5, 6. The Hanbalis are citing all those together with 5, 6. And why is it that you don't have overlap maybe? Why do some schools see some verses together and other schools see this verse with another verse together? Why is that? Why is it that if I go here, see, I'm asking more why. You guys thought you were going to get answers? No, you're not going to get answers. You only get to why. So why are only the Hanafis using 48:16? And look at it. They are citing it with so many other verses. They're not only citing 48:16 in isolation alone. No. There are more islands. It's like Indonesia. See, this entire Indonesian island with Java and with other islands, etc. This one is Bali. And then you can go and see that that is happening. See that? See, there is not only one ayah. See, there are multiple cited. See, this was the one that we were looking for, 48:16, but they're citing it in together with 9:29. And why is it that only they are citing this? Why are the other schools 48:16? Nah, I don't care. Look, see, Jafaris, no relationship with 48:16. Shafi'is, no relationship. But the Hanafis, why are they so interested in it? New question, new paper, new article. See, that's what digital humanities does. It creates, yes, answers, but also a lot of new questions that result in new research and new possibilities and new opportunities. And I really hope that that is the part of it that you can, like, kind of understand a little bit right now. So I'll finish it with this last example. I also then created this idea of historicity going back to the founder of the school. So I was wondering, is there a Quran verse that Malik or a Shafi or a Shaybani care about, but then the rest of the school is like, nah, we don't care. It's not important. And which ones are those, for example? See, we see here, for example, 1910. Ash-Shafi'i and Al-Mawardi say, this is important. But then the other members of the school, they are like not even citing that Quran verse anymore. Is it because Shafi'i something that they didn't? Is it maybe because they have other ways to solve the problem than using the Quran? So what about that if you have this disconnect where it's like a Shafi'i, al-Mawardi, then for many centuries, no 2014 mentioned. But then al-Dimyati comes back and he says, I'm going to mention it again. Why is this gap? See, why? But that's why this is the aspect of bahs, ta'wil are very important in this manner. And you can't just say, oh, if I know programming, I'm done. Programming is just like maybe 25% of the work or maybe 50% of the work. The rest is all about creatively interpreting the data. Okay, and I will leave it at this. And hopefully this has conveyed the bigger point that I'm trying to make here and illustrate you and titillate you and invite you to try it for yourself, because there are a lot of questions. There are a lot of things that, and you know what I also believe, and I have to say this, I believe in this. I believe that the questions that I may be asked or the solutions that I found, that you might be able to find bigger and better solutions. You know why? Because ultimately I believe knowledge is a gift of God, and God gives it to whomever he wills. So, you know, you are more pure, you're more better than I am. So you'll probably get better results. Hopefully, once this goes back online again, you can maybe start to do your research with the tools that I've created, so you can even figure out things that I have not figured out or I have not asked, inshallah.
Thank you, Yusuf, for a very interesting presentation. From what I understand from your presentation, that you highlight that the basic skills that somebody have to master is digital skills. So yeah, mastery of digital software. That's why we invite our colleagues from Faculty of Science and Technology, who are probably more familiar with this issue, these tools, than us, who are more closer to the Islamic studies. Okay, and then you also raise a question about the problem of interpretation. So if we have already all this data and we categorize the data, so what do this data mean? Okay, let's skip this question afterward. We need to invite our second speaker, Dr. Imad Muhammad, an assistant professor of business analytics at the Bradford School of Management. His expertise lies in various areas such as natural language processing. I don't know. I don't understand what it is. Computer visions, cultural analytics, and the digital humanities. New things for me. And his contribution to these fields have been acknowledged through substantial grants, and he currently serves as the managing editor of the Journal of Digital Islamic Research, published by Brill in the Netherlands. Without further ado, we would like to invite Imad Muhammad to deliver talk. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with Zoom, so
okay. On screen already. It's already on. It's already on. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then go to slideshow. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. أولاً.
Waalaikum salam warahmatullahi.
It's very embarrassing for me today for two reasons. Number one, I have to speak after Yusuf, who's a real scholar. The second reason is that though I'm in digital humanities, I never use Zoom and I don't know how it works. So please, I'm in a very tight position today. Don't judge me on any of these two criteria. There are very fine scientists who don't know how to use Zoom, and anyone would be eclipsed by Yusuf, so it's not my fault.
Could you please get closer to the microphone? Yes.
I can hug it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So I'm gonna talk today. Yusuf and I work on very similar things, so we agreed to divide this presentation today to present two things. And what I'm gonna present now is one other side of the story of digital humanities of the Quran. I've translated this into Bahasa Indonesia. I hope my translation is correct. Actually, it's Google Translate. So, and in Arabic too, because that's my mother tongue. I don't know what this means. I suggested, I asked Bard, which is the Google equivalent of ChatGPT, to give me something to start a presentation in Bahasa Indonesia with. It gave me this. I actually don't know what it means, and I left it as a surprise. So if it says something ugly or obscene or anything like that, I did not mean it. Okay. So thank you so much for inviting me. One other thing that you probably need to know about me is that I am very egotistic. I love myself a lot. So I always talk about myself. So this is my picture, and this picture serves three purposes. Purpose number one, it tells you that at some point of time I was young and I had hair. I haven't always been as ugly as I am now. It's also very relevant because it reminds me of the time I used to be at Al-Azhar and Azhari. And I've done lots of things. So I'm basically a linguist, a computer scientist, a digital humanist, and a business analyst. And these are things that I've been doing simultaneously, more or less over the years. Although I identify first and foremost as Harry and linguist. I'm going to talk about my research today. I'm going to demo some of this research too. So basically, I work on two fronts. The first front is developing tools for digital humanities, basically using machine learning, artificial intelligence in general, to build tools that could help me and help other people study several things in the humanities, make life easier for lots of people who do not necessarily need to know how to program. So we develop tools that make it easier for people without the sufficient scientific and computational background to do good research. And the other thing, because we develop these tools, I too use these tools in my own research. So I've done lots of what people call oh, it's a conspiracy against me. So did Yusuf tell you to do that? No, okay. So the tools, most of these tools that I've been developing so far are about Arabic morphological and syntactic analysis, computational. And I've worked at some point of time on developing tools for Arabic diacriticalization or tashkil, automatic tashkil of Arabic words to insert the vowels and things like that. And in the past couple of years, I've been focused on developing tools, data sets, and methods for what's called authorship attribution and verification, which basically you have a book, but you don't know who wrote that book. So you want to know, you want artificial intelligence to tell you who the author is. Or you have a book and some people say this book was written by Al-Ghazali, and there are 7 books like that at least. And some people say, no, it was not written by Al-Ghazali. So can we use artificial intelligence to tell us whether it was really written by Al-Ghazali or not? And I've published a few articles on this. I'm one of the main developers of that trend for Semitic languages. I also work a lot on Quranic studies. I've been doing some work on both Quranic studies proper, which is tafsir, and also digital Quranic studies. I'm gonna present some of this soon. So this gives you a highlight of my most recent publications, just to show what I do. So I've worked on biographical dictionaries, ilm al-rijal, and linking people together, and so on. Latest, I worked on Nahj al-Balagha, the verification of Nahj al-Balagha. Was it really written or said by Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib, karamallahu wajhahu, or not? And also hadith authenticity. Are these hadiths authentic or not, using computational tools? And my wife and I authored one of the most important papers, and it's very, very important, extremely important, because my wife was there. So I have to mention that, which is in case my wife watches this thing, so I have to be safe. And that's what jihad questions do Muslims ask. This is a digital humanities paper, which actually examined hundreds of thousands of web pages, fatwa websites, and so on, to analyze the questions Muslims ask about jihad and what the responses are, how important jihad is, conceptions of jihad in people living in Muslim countries and living outside the Muslim world proper, and so on. I also worked on the representations of Muslims in Wikipedia. So these are some of my most recent publications. If you want to get one thing out of this presentation, is that my wife was my co-author, and she's the most important person. Okay, so the road ahead, I'm going to talk about a problem that is very basic, very simple, and that we can use digital humanities to solve. Some people will find it too simplistic, but you will realize as we go that it's not as simple as we think. So the first question is, why do we need computational analysis of the Quran? Oh, do we need computational analysis of the Quran? This is a very important question, of course, and I'll surprise you with the answer. I'm not going to answer the question. I'll leave it to the end. It's up to you to figure out whether what I say makes sense or not. I assume you've listened to Yusuf now, and you have realized that it's actually important, but I'm not going to give an answer because I still don't know. So the question we have is, okay, you go to some people, what are the most common words in the Quran? If we look at the Quran, what are the most frequent words in the Quran? So can someone give me the answer? What are the most frequent words in the Quran? Allah, okay. Ar-Rahman, yeah. Ar-Rahman.
Nas, maybe.
And Nas. And Nas are not very important anyway. I don't like them. So, okay.
Because
yeah, and Nas is very common because we always say Qul a'udhu bi rabbin nas. That's true. But let's see what problems this raises actually, and how we as digital humanists may try to answer the question, and what problems this very simple question raises for scholars of Islam. And the first thing we need to know is that words are not what they seem. Okay, so we don't even know what words are. What's a word in the first place? Because علماء الأصول يقولون الحكم على الشيء فرع عن تصوره. In order to judge something, you have to have a mental image with first. You have to understand it first. So before we answer the question of what the most frequent words in the Quran are, we need first to know what words are. And this is not a simple question. And to prove that this is not as simple as it looks, let's look at a word in the Quran. It's a famous word because people use it a lot. The word أنلزمكموها. In the verse أنلزمكموها وأنتم لها كارهون. If we look at this word, we find out that it's made of a question word, istifham, then no, which is the proper noun nahnu, then zim, which is what we call the stem of the word, and then the u, which is the subject pronoun, and then the ha, which is the object pronoun. So basically this translates into lots of words. So shall we bind you by it? And you know, it's proper if we translate that into English, into Bahasa Indonesia, I believe it will be translated into several words. So when we say what are the most frequent words in the Quran, what do we mean exactly? Do we mean a word if we see a white space in the Mus'haf, then this is a word? Or do we mean that each one of these is a word? If we say that Allah is a very common word, which form of Allah? Is it Allah, Billahi, Wallahi, Wallahu, Fallahu? Because it comes in so many different forms. And we cannot say which one until we know which one we are talking about. So one solution we usually use in these a word like alhamd, that's another example. It's made of al plus hamd, lillahi, which is a different form, which is the preposition la plus Allah, and al-alamina, al-alam-in. And we have different terminologies for that, but one of this is alama, this is the root, alam, this is the stem, and it's very similar to alim in writing, so that's ambiguous. And then al-alamin, we'll probably call this the word, and alam, we'll also call it a token. These are different terms. They're not very important now, but the question is, what are we counting? Are we counting roots? Are we counting stems? Are we counting words? Or are we counting tokens? And sometimes the stems and the tokens are different. Okay, another example, okay, zawada, which is the root of wasanazidu. Stem is zid, while the token is nazid. These are now different. Okay. So now the question is, we started with a simple or simplistic questions. Question, what are the top words in the Quran? And this now translates into several questions. What are the top words? What are the top tokens? What are the top stems? And what are the top roots? And these have different answers. So the simple question we started out with is becoming more and more complicated. And it's not becoming complicated because I'm a digital humanist. It's becoming complicated because it is actually complicated. Okay. So now can we answer this question using artificial intelligence, digital humanities, and so on? And it has several implications. So we can actually use something called a morphological analyzer. A morphological analyzer is a computational system. And I wrote a morphological analyzer for Arabic. Actually, my PhD was writing a morphological analyzer for Arabic. I finished that in 2010. Don't ask me any question about my PhD. I actually forget everything about it. It wasn't a very good one anyway. So a morphological analyzer is basically this. It's a tool. You give any word in Arabic, and it produces that. It produces so many outputs. Tells you, this is the word, these are the tokens. Not only that, it tells you, for example, that this is, the here is an interrogative. It's a سؤال. علامة أداة استفهام. لأن قد تكون شيئا غير أداة الاستفهام. يعني أنلزمكموها. هنا أداة استفهام. لكن أعمل. is completely different. here means أنا. And several other things. So it gives you the analysis, gives you the functions and everything. And using these things, we can study lots of things in the Quran, as we are going to see. So these are actually the most common words in the Quran. If you look here, I cannot see no word number one. So is it min or man? I don't know. Okay. So, but you know, this is the top something words in the Quran. I don't know how many words there are, but let's look here. All of a sudden, if we count the top 100 words in the Quran, for example, how many times do you see Allah? 4 times. Is it okay to say that we are counting the top 100 words in the Quran while Allah occurs 4 times? Does it not make sense to put these together as one word? If we say Allah, do we mean Allah by itself, or billahi, wallah? So we need to make sure. So how about ma, wama, bima, mimma? All these are the same word. So if we just do the simple counting that most people do, we get very troubling answers. That's why we do something called segmentation, morphological segmentation. Morphological segmentation basically takes care of this. And to give an example of segmentation, how we develop this, we use something called machine learning. So machine learning, the way we do it, it's regular. So basically, we get some humans to do something for us. So this is a word in Arabic, I think, جئنا لإندونيسيا لنتعلم ونستكشف. So we give it to a human being, say, can you chop this word, show us where the segments are, where the different parts of the word are. And then we get, humans to do, say, 1,000 sentences like that. Then we pass this to the computer, the machine learning algorithm, and the computer learns how it works. We don't tell the computer how to do it. The computer learns how to do it. Then we pass the rest of the text, what we are interested in. So here we pass جئنا لإندونيسيا لنتعلم ونستكشف. We ask the humans to do it. The humans divided it the way you can see. We pass this to a machine learning algorithm. The machine learning algorithm learns how these things work. Now we give it a new sentence that the computer has never seen before. زرنا الكثير من الأماكن كي نستمتع بالجمال. And the computer looks at this and produces the one with the pluses at the bottom. So this is how machine learning works. Humans do something, pass it to the computer learns from the humans, and it does everything else by itself. This is called machine learning. This specific case of machine learning is called supervised machine learning. So we do supervised machine learning. We do some segmentation, pass it to humans, linguists, and they do that for Arabic. And then we pass the Quran to the system. I developed this system as part of my PhD, and I developed it further in several publications afterwards. And when you do that, we find that these are the top, I won't say words in the Quran, but the top segments of the Quran. So we can say where is number one, and it occurs more than 10,000 times. And then al, and then ya, la, min, hum. But as you can see here, we have wa, al, ya, la, man. Now we have, a picture that is slightly better than we had before. It's not perfect, and you properly realize that there are issues with this. For example, wa. Wa comes in many different forms. So wa could be a preposition, what we call waw al-qasam, wallahi. هذه واو القسم, or conjunction, like جاء علي ومحمد, هذه واو القسم. هنالك أيضا واو المعية, سرت والبحر. Okay, and واو الفاعل, واو الجمع, واو القسم. الواوات كثيرة جدا وما أكثر واوات اللغة العربية. This leads to something called ambiguity, ما يسميه النحاة اللبس. اللبس النحوي أو اللبس اللفظي, اللبس المعنوي, وهكذا. So we have ambiguity, and what we need now is disambiguation, to find a way to remove this ambiguity. And here you have one of the most famous ambiguous pictures. So some people see men in the picture. Some people say just columns in a building. Some people see both after careful consideration. And one of the purposes of digital humanities is to enable us actually to see the full picture in its full details. So these are the examples of واو from the Quran. قال له صاحبه وهو يحاوره, which is an adverb, واو الحال, which we forgot to mention. وما أوتي موسى وعيسى, which is a conjunction. فورب السماء والأرض إنه لحق, which is a preposition. وما قتلوه وما صلبوه ولكن شبه لهم, which is the subject pronoun in this case. Okay, so how do we actually create this? How do we know what wow it is? The same like we did with segmentation. We pass this to human linguists. They say this is what, and so on. A sizable amount of data. We pass this to the machine learning algorithm. The machine learning algorithm learns on its own, and then we pass the Quran to it, so it can pass the Quran and tell us what these things are. And this is what we have already done. So for example, فنادته الملائكة وهو قائم يصلي في المحراب. We pass it to humans and to machine learning model, and the machine learning model can produce what you see in that bottom shape, an analysis of this specific segment of the verse in the Quran. Okay, now the important question. So what? Okay, is this even important? Should we believe Yusuf when he says this is important? I personally don't believe Yusuf at all. So why should I follow him? Why? Well, possibly I don't believe Yusuf because he does better work than me, and I'm a bit jealous of him. But again, we have to be objective. So let's see if this works. And I'm gonna skip a couple of slides, but one of the things that are very important here is that this enables us to ask questions. So Yusuf said that, you know, lots of whys, why, what, and so on. And like Yusuf, I too do not have many answers. But what I have, and what I believe Yusuf also has, is that we have platforms that enable people to ask questions and get more objective answers that, you know, after that they can use their own critical skills, their own, you know, ideas, their own readings and so on to make sense of the answers produced by the computer. And this is something I'm gonna demo now. So Yusuf will help me again to deal with Zoom. So I want to go to another one. Run collab first, and then while we do it, okay. So I go to Zoom. Where is Zoom? This one? Oh, it's already there. Okay, thank you. So I'm running something online. That's why it's taking some time. Oh, it already has it, but that's not a big deal. Can do another one. So as I said, the major thing here is that we can ask questions. So if we have these labels, if we have this annotation of the Quran, if we have this analysis of the Quran, we can ask a few questions. We already asked a question like, what are the top words in the Quran? And we found out that the answer is not as simple as the question may seem to be, but we can ask more complicated linguistic questions here. So here, for example, these are the most common segments in the Quran. We have seen that. I'm going to show more important question. So what if I want to find all the wa in the Quran that are prepositions, all the waw al-qasam in the Quran? Now we are going to another level of search. You go to all those, you know, websites in which you search the Quran and you search by a word. You cannot even search by waw, as far as I know. You search for a word and so on, but you don't search by a function. Here we are searching by waw that is waw al-qasam, or waw that is waw al-ma'iyya, and so on. So if we say waw al-qasam here, it gets you all the words that are waw al-qasam. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ قَالُوا بَلَا وَرَبِّنَا قُلْ إِي وَرَبِّي إِنَّهُ الْحَقِّ وَهَكَذا. So you are getting all the waw al-qasam in the Quran. If we change that to waw al-atf, for example, and run it again, which I hope, so it's getting you all waw al-atf. يُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, for example. So you can change that. You can get all what you are looking for. And this is, I'll just, yeah, okay. Now, not only that, we talked about ma being ambiguous. So how ambiguous is ma? How many functions does ma serve in the Quran? And if we run this query, it tells us that in the Quran there are several kinds of ma. There is ma that is the relative pronoun, ma al-mawsula. Okay, and then the negative ma. ما هذا بالحق. ما النافية. Then infinitive ما, which is ما المصدرية. يعجبني ما فعلت. We can get examples from the Quran, for example, and the interrogative ما, and the extra ما الزائدة, conditional ما الشرطية, and the relative adverb is another kind of موصول that is a little bit different, behaves a little bit differently syntactically. So we can choose any one of these ma's and ask this program to tell us where it is in the Quran. One of the most contentious ma's, for example, ما المصدرية, because there are lots of linguistic issues about ما المصدرية. Is it different from ما الموصولة, and so on. So we can look at one of these, and we'll start with ما النافية, for example. So والذين آمنوا واتبعتهم ذريتهم بإيمان ألحقنا بهم ذريتهم وما ألتناهم. So this is ما النافية. فذكر فما أنت بنعمة ربك. هذه أيضا ما النافية. So we can get finer details. If we want another ما, we can try that later. And so I was presenting this a few weeks ago, and then someone came up with a question that was actually hard, and I was scared because my system may not be able to answer it. Someone says, okay, in Arabic, the adjective always follows the noun. الصفة تتبع الموصوف. But in the Quran, there are several examples in which الاسم يتبع الصفة. So الصفة أولا ثم يأتي الموصوف. Can you get these from the Quran? And I said, I don't know, let's try. So what we want here is to ask this system, get us the examples in which a noun is followed by an adjective. And we ran it, and that's what we got. Okay, سواء السبيل, بديع السماوات, شديد العذاب, شديد العقاب, سريع الحساب, شديد العقاب, and so on. So it's actually getting it. And there are some contentious examples. For example, if you go down here, something like ذات العماد, إرم ذات العماد. Is that actually an adjective? Do you think that is an adjective? Maybe not. But if you look at the context, إرم ذات العماد, that is actually used to modify the noun that, to describe it. So in this specific context, it's actually an adjective. And we know from Arabic that we can use al-masdar as an adjective. We can use a noun as an adjective. And this is a noun that is, in this specific case, used as an adjective. So the system is actually intelligent enough to differentiate the functions based on the context. Okay, so how can we use this? Is it actually any useful? Well, the thing is, it can be used in so many digital tafsir things. We can, if you're a linguist, this is an obviously very useful tool because you can study. By the way, this does not only work in the Quran, it works on any Arabic text. So if you have any Arabic text and you pass it, you can extract that. So you can extract all nouns and adjectives. You can extract ma, that is. So you can extract all the linguistic issues from Tafsir al-Razi, for example, in which they are talking about ma al-Masdariya or ma al-Nafiya or something like that. It can also be used to do something called NER or named entity recognition, where you want to summarize, find out what names there are in the text with a slight modification, and you find everything, all the names of people in the text and so on. This is wonderful work that Yusuf has been doing. For example, he has not presented it today, but he has a working example of it, and he's done it before. So Yusuf presented the way of connecting ayahs together. I presented a way of actually doing a deep linguistic analysis of a text. It could be the Quran, it could be the Hadith, it could be anything. So this is more of the infrastructure. Then this is more of the applied thing. We use the infrastructure to apply something. So thank you so much. This is my presentation so far. I hope it's been useful. Please don't ask me difficult questions because it took me 5 days to memorize this presentation. I don't know what if you ask me a question that is not in the presentation. I don't know. Yusuf will answer the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ahmad, for your illuminating presentations. So maybe some of you have some thought of or questions or interest in research, doing research like this, to count how what words are most frequently mentioned in the Quran. So yeah, as suggested by Ahmad, we have to, what he calls supervised machine learning. So it's come from human, then machine does what we want, so it comes with the results. But again, we have to determine what, if we want to count certain words in the Quran, whether we come from the idea of root or word or stem or token. We have to be, we have to determine if we want to do something like that. So, because this is a workshop, I expect from the audience not only questions, but also some thought or comments or probably objections, criticisms, yeah.
But the questions are to me, objections go to you.
Okay, please. Okay. Okay, Pak. Microphone, Pak. Okay. Please mention your name, your study, your faculty, and then comments or questions. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Pak Munir. My name is Nuril Hidayah. I'm a student of Islamic Studies in UIN Sunan Kalijaga, doctoral degree. Actually, I have many questions popping up in my mind, but maybe I just pick two. Actually, while pursuing my doctoral degree, I also work for an NGO which focuses on ecosystem of information in Indonesia. I have worked with a team who did several SNA analysis or social network analysis. So this is actually a new topic for me, and I'm not used with computational analysis, but this is maybe not so new because of my work or my job in this NGO. First of all, thank you so much bringing this topic into this forum, because this is very interesting because actually my dissertation is about grabbing some lexicon in hadith about women to get a description, a thick description about how hadith portrays women in Arabic tradition. But my question is about SNA. We used to study public perception and sentiment by SNA or social network analysis to map what topics are of public concern at certain times or certain period of times, to map the gap of information and to know who is the influencer, so that we know where the information gap occurs, and we can predict what this information may pop up. And then we also can map who is the influencer, that we can empower them in a collaborative work together to create a healthier ecosystem of information. So I wonder how this SNA analysis or social network analysis can contribute to Islamic studies, or specifically Quranic studies, as maybe in living Quran studies, to know how public perception about their experience with Quran or certain topics in Quranic studies, so we can grab some insight about what people perceive about certain topics in the Quran. Can you give some response of or insight about the potential of how this as an analysis can help in this area? And maybe the second question is just simple. I want to know how can I access these tools or this AI? And that's, I think, the most practical question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ahmad and Mr. Yusuf. This question is for both of you.
So I'll answer the first question. The second question first. You asked how to access this.
Yes.
It's 10.99 paid to Yusuf, £10. These tools are free. Basically, there are two kinds of tools. Programming tools, something like the one I showed, and these I can give them to you, but these require some knowledge of programming. And I also have tools that do not require knowledge of programming. Yusuf has tools that both, so it depends what tools you use, but these are free. We give them to any researcher who ask for them. It's actually in our best interest to give them to the researchers, so we may get cited, and it's better for us. The second question, the first question about social network analysis. Social network analysis is a huge subject. So social network analysis can be useful whenever you have entities, what we call nodes, and connections between these entities. And just to show you, if you look here, so this is my new book. I signed the contract with Brill to write a book on the digital analysis of the Quran 3 years ago. I finished the book, but I have not submitted it. I finished the book actually 2 years ago. I have not submitted it yet because I've been busy doing lots of things. One chapter in this book is about using network analysis for the study of the Quran. To give a couple of examples, we can study the connections between the ayahs in the Quran among themselves, the connections between the ayahs and the books, like the fiqh books that Yusuf showed, the ayahs and the people, lots of things, and we can study which ayah is most central. So in your work, you're studying which people are influences. Do we have ayah influences as well? So some ayahs could be influences. Using several centrality measures, we can measure the importance of these ayahs. Another thing, the case study I show in this is to study the sources of At-Tabari. So I studied Tarikh At-Tabari and Tafsir At-Tabari, and I studied every one that At-Tabari cited. So At-Tabari cites X, X cites Y, Y cites Z, Z cites Ibn Abbas, and Ibn Abbas cites the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we can see if we map all these under hundreds of thousands of these links. So which actually can we boil down these chains to several people and say, for example, that actually 10 people are responsible for 80% of the citations in At-Tabari? Can we expand this to all tafsir? Can we know, the Westerners call this the single link analysis, for example, and can we find the single link in these ones, the most important links, and say, for example, that Tafsir al-Tabari actually comes from, it does not come from Ibn Abbas, although lots of people claim it comes from Ibn Abbas, but it comes from a specific person who claims to have attributed this to Ibn Abbas. So this is the case study I've shown in this book. It's not ready yet, so it's written in a very bad way. It needs editing and so on, but I'm willing to share the results with you if you're interested. As long as you don't criticize me publicly. Thank you. Yusuf, and you answer.
Yes, I actually do have an answer. I have even something to show, which your question made relevant. But I am working on something new. And I called it MessNet, but the name can be changed at some point. And another thing that I wanted to emphasize, and I also showed at Triple IU, is so I just said a moment ago, yes, you first start with programming, but then you end with interpreting. But I think there's one step before that, and that step is often the step that people do not like, which is data collection, data gathering. So you just can't have PDF pictures of things and expect the computer to be able to do analyses. It doesn't work like that. First, you need to translate it into machine readable text. It has to be typed, you know, it has to be typed like this. You can't just have a picture. Then you need to do what Aymat has masterfully shown you, and that is you need to structure the data. You need to explain what's going on with this data, right? Because a computer has to be trained. It has to be learning first from you, just as how it worked with, you know, if you had, that there are probably certain professions here in Indonesia, they still have that in Turkey too, where you, as a young child, you go to the workplace and then you become yourself a master after a few years. So first you look at the master's hand. How is the master's hand doing things? And then you learn from it, and then you open your own shop or you open your own workplace and you are called yourself a master. Well, AI is no different than that. First, you need to teach it nahv, sarf, balagha, as you know it, and then from there on, it will be like, okay, now I am the master. And maybe it can even present you things that you don't know. So let me give you an example here with regards to hadith. So this is a hadith, and this hadith is one step better than a picture. Because look, it's like a Word document. It's typed over. So that's already what the computer loves about this text. It says, great. But we aren't there yet, because the computer does not know where the matan starts and where the isnad ends. Where is the isnad? What are the names? It's just all black and white for the computer. See, that's why for a long time before AI, we didn't have these kinds of advancements, because we had to deal with these kinds of problems too. And here, for example, I have a model that has been trained for the computer to recognize names. Shall we like test that one out? Okay. We'll say analyze isnad. And then the computer goes beep, oh, beep, oh, beep. And it says Haddathana Amr, and then an Muhammad bin Ka'b al-Quradi, and then Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Oh, great. You see, now I have the chain of narration. So this is already wonderful. But one step that I have not been able to automate yet is to the computer to recognize where the matan is. So that I have to probably manually in the beginning especially, or maybe always tag it myself. See, and now with the blue, I have the matan. So we have now, as you can see, a very great illustration of who is the first, who's in the middle, and then the prophet, and then the text itself. And then you go even further. You go like, but where does this work come from? Does this one come from the Muwatta? So you get your metadata. Because if I know it comes from Muwatta, I know it comes from a certain time period, from a certain location, I can create beautiful maps later. Then the second thing, what is this about? Well, this is maybe about community, so you have to label it. Okay, you have to explain. The computer in the beginning just sees black and white text. Just black and white, just like how you know, children might think everything is a hammer. You know, they might hit with everything. No, this is not, this is for hammering, this is for drinking, this is for something else. Or yes, a better example is children see everything as a toy. But you explain, no, it's not a toy, this is this, that, that's a toy. And with a computer, you have to do the same kind of thing in the beginning. Once that's done, then we go to where you want to be, which is the SNA kind of situation. And now I can see which narrators are closer to each other and which topics. So about community, about women, you find it all in Kitab al-Jami Ibn Wahab with these narrators. This is a small childish data set at the moment, but I'm working on it. And who is the center, as the Ustaz said? You can do the center. And in this case, for me, I'm interested in my research, don't copy me, is Muhammad bin Ka'b al-Qurazi. That's my interest at this moment. Like, what did this man talk about? What did he narrate? What for information did he present? See, it all harkens back to what you're saying. But these are the possibilities and some of the things that I have been, inshallah, working on. And once I get published, then I hopefully can put this online and then other people can use it. The fear is if I put it now online, some smart person in the West is going to use it and then come to Indonesia 1 year before I come to Indonesia, or get invited to Bali. But no, I'm just kidding. No, but do you understand? That's what's so tricky about the things that we are doing. We would love to share. We would love to share and give everything as is. But the problem is within our field, the first one who publishes gets to be the originator of the idea, and the rest will then be told, like, why are you doing it? He has already done it, or I can't do a grant application anymore, or whatever, right? So for that reason, I first want to get everything done, publish it, and then I would be, I would love to share it.
Okay, that's actually also my question. Do we simply give the computer PDF version of a book, for example, Al-Mabsut or Al-Muwatta, and then let the computer read by itself? But not as simple as that. You have to convert the text. Nah, that's a difficult thing.
Yeah.
Boring thing, maybe.
but maybe I should say it like this. Maybe I should say something I've not said at triple IU, and I should have maybe said it. I think, there is, due to AI boom, the ability to have multiple kinds of projects and startups and specialities. So that's another kind of problem that people think. They think, oh, digital humanities, all of it is one and the same thing. It's not, because analyzing sound, doing linguistics, as the Sheikh does, these are specialities within specialities. Network analysis is another kind of specialty. Everyone thinks you can be just one thing, of someone a digital humanist, and you know all of these things. I, for example, do nothing with sound analysis, right? But there's a lot of possibilities to do AI also with sounds, with music, and all of that stuff. None of that is what I do. I do with text a lot of things. And even then, I don't do it linguistically, which Sheikh does more. He emphasizes the linguistic aspect more, right? So these are the kind of things that happen, and therefore, you could say, well, maybe our power is not creating the software as Indonesians. Maybe our power is that our students, for example, create this data set. Or that, we have students explain the topics that are in these kinds of hadith, right? Label them, say, well, this is about women, this is about that, this is about this. And then your data set itself, you can these days also publish. So do you kind of understand what I mean? There are multiple ways to advance this field further without having to do programming even, because we are not capable as one person to do everything and move forward like this. It's impossible. I need his work in order to then see, I don't want to have this, that if I look for Allah, that's how it works now with these kinds of things. If I type something in Google Docs, or I type it in Word and I do Control F, if I don't type the exact word in there, it won't find it. I can't. So if you have Al-Kitab and Kitab, if I look for Al-Kitab, it will only find Al-Kitab. It won't find Kitab. But you would want to have maybe both of those. So what he's developing, when it separates those two and says these are essentially the same, that helps us then to gather the data better, right? So everyone can participate in various ways to do this kind of thing. And that's why I am more than willing and open, and hopefully in the future, to collaborate in ways where it's like each doing a piece of the bigger thing. And it doesn't always have to be one that does it all, or it's impossible almost. There aren't enough resources. There are just not enough resources to do that.
Okay, I see Pak Agung raise his hand.
To introduce myself, my name is Agung. It's absolutely non-Arabic word.
Oh,
Okay.
in Egypt, it could be Arabic. Yeah.
Oh, is it? So what's the meaning? Akbar. Akbar. Okay. And my background is actually a computer scientist. I have interest in natural language understanding. So my question would like to be for Imad. In your work, do you also considering how to handle with the pragmatic aspect of words? So, as you mentioned that you were a bit confused when we handle with the ambiguities. in my work, I usually apply natural language understanding for software requirement specification. So the ambiguities, incompleteness, inconsistency is the most problematic aspect of that work. So how do you handle with the pragmatic aspect of that work? First, and the second one is, do you also consider some of the technical aspect in natural language processing, such as semantic role labelings, named entity recognition, something like that? And the last question is there any specific language model, large language model, that were pre-trained with the Islamic corpus? Because there are several open large language models such as BERT, Lambda, and GPT-2. In the next step, it would be GPT-3 and 4 would be openly available for public. But at the meantime, it's only GPT-2, I think. It's openly public. So that's the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the last question first, because it's how I remember things. So the last question was about the availability of a language model for classical Arabic and Islamic things and so on. Yes and no. Yes, because we are currently, I'm collaborating with Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar on building a language model for Arabic and building a semantic search engine, vector search for Arabic. It's called Islam GPT. We have finished, yes. That's what the well, I proposed semantic search for classical Arabic, but they said no, we want to call it Islam GPT. Fine, guys, you pay the money, you do whatever you like. So right now, what we have been doing, we have been collecting data. So far, we have collected a corpus of around 5 billion Arabic words that have not been collected before, books that no one knows about at all. We have been digitizing these books. We are almost done with building the corpus. The next stage, we are also collaborating with a large team of computer scientists, people from ethics, people from so many things, because we are not only building a language model, but we're also labeling every sentence in the corpus. Okay, this way we can guarantee that semantic search will yield relevant results and not hallucinate like ChatGPT does. When will that be available? Probably in a couple of years. I do not control it. I provide the technical expertise. They pay the money, they invite me, they give me food, and I'm happy about that. So this is about the language model. The semantic role labeling, yes, I've worked on named entity recognition, semantic search, lots of things like that. Although this is not really my main area of research. In the Islam GPT project, a member of our computer science team is a specialist on these things, and he's taking care of these things. I am the coordinator and the main technical lead, but we have several people working on several things. So hopefully when this gets done, this will be also available. About the pragmatics question, which was the first one, I'm really upset because you asked me a question that I cannot answer, but I'll try. Well, pragmatics is the most difficult thing. Basically, pragmatics is about understanding the speaker's intention. If you call me at night and I say, do you know what time it is now? I'm basically telling you that it's too late. You should not be calling me now. But a person who does not understand pragmatics, yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning. So most humans actually have difficulty passing the pragmatic aspect of language. If we look at the Islamic heritage, there's a huge debate about al-maqasid, okay? What something means versus what something says, what the target is. And Yusuf is a better person to answer this question, but the question of al-maqasid and the whole debate is about the pragmatics of Islamic texts and Islamic rules. So far, and you probably know this better than me, there is not a computer model that does pragmatics well. Just to give you something relevant, which is very relevant to pragmatics, I collaborated with a team in Canada about building a model for suicide intention detection. So when people have intentions to commit suicide and so on, so the authorities may be contacted and so on, And the project, after several years of research, was 36% accurate. So we are not there yet. And you, as a computer scientist, are a better person to contribute to this project than me. Thank you.
Yeah, some addition to that, which is in the last ayah of Surah Nasr, it says, you know, that if you see men entering يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا, right? So the text is saying when everyone enters Islam in droves, right? The Prophet then says to his daughter, I am going to pass away now. I am going to perish, you know, I am going to go back to Allah. So this idea here is, do you see how interesting it is compared to what he was saying about if someone calls you in the middle of the night, you say, what time is it? You know, do you know what time it is? You don't literally mean what time it is. That's not your question. You just want to say, you know, don't call me at this night. But similarly, the Prophet has also detected these things from the Quran, where it said, وَيَدْخُلُونَ, you know, like, and you see people enter in droves. He has said, my death has been announced. So do you see how this notion, if you solve this, maybe you create the, you know, Mufassir GPT or something like that. Because then, you know, or you know, then you might call it Ustaz Ta'wil or something like that. Or you know, you're Indonesian, so you will call it something with Nur. You everything you call with Nur anyway. So
Tafsir Nur, yeah.
Yeah, Tafsir Nur. Nur GPT. And so see, those are the very incredible, interesting things indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Pak Mustaqim, Pak Aul. Okay, Pak Mustaqim.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, and thank you for your wonderful presentations. I have two questions, and my question is addressed to Mr. Yusuf and also Mr. Ahmad Mohammed. Yeah, like the name West. Yeah, definitely. No. Ahmad Muhammad, like Sundanese name. Yeah. Okay. The first question is about how can we believe, how can we trust to the application that you make or that you present in this workshop? That is the first, yeah. And the second one, as Professor Yusuf said, that the issue of digital humanities is how to interpret the data. Yeah. So I know that some ulama, yeah, he said that in the Quran, yeah, what we call as al-i'jaz al-adadi, numeric miracle, right? Yeah. But I'm still wondering, yeah. And I would like to ask you, what do you think about the numeric miracle? Because I think this is just, maybe some say that numeric miracle al-i'jaz al-adadi huwa yani takalluf. In Japanese, we call it as otak-atik katro. For example, yeah, you know otak-atik katro? Yeah. Yeah. Jadi
we always talk about it at home.
Yeah, takalluf fil Arabia rubama nahnu nu'abbiru takalluf, mengada-ada, ya. For example, that the word of yaum in the Quran, yeah, comes 3065 in the Quran. Yeah, maybe you check in. Yeah, yeah. And also that the term of or the word of ad-dunya and the word al-akhirah, it's same in the Quran, yeah, comes 88. It means that if we interpret this phenomena, that we have to be balanced between dunya and akhirah, for example. But the question is the concept of al-i'jaz al-adadi or numeric miracle is the true i'jaz? That's my question. I think done so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, because it just or takalluf. What do you think about that? Thank you. Yeah, you and you.
Okay, so I'll start with al-i'jaz al-adadi because I've actually done some work on that, not research.
Yes.
But I've checked every claim.
Yes.
And most of these claims are not true.
Okay.
So there are, out of all the claims that I've read about al-i'jaz al-adadi fil Quran, I've found only one to be true. الآية التي تقول إن مثل عيسى عند الله كمثل آدم. So Isa is mentioned 25 times in the Quran, and Adam is mentioned 25 times in the Quran. This is the only thing that I've found to be true. The thing about al-dunya wal-akhirah is not true. Al-layl wal-nahar is not true. All the other things were not true. The only thing that I found interesting, and I can say that I discovered that it falls within the same thing, is that if you look at think ayah 143 in Surah Al-Baqarah, وكذلك, or 144, I'm not sure, وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا. Okay, it's exactly in the wasat of Surah Al-Baqarah. Okay, so it's exactly in the wasat of Surah Al-Baqarah. And not only that, so it says wasata, and it's exactly in the wasat, in the middle, exactly. Not only that, when I did a network analysis of the Quran, this was the most central ayah in the corpus. So I collected so many books to see the most central ayahs, and this ayah was the most central ayah by network analysis measures. Okay, the question now is, I've examined so many claims, I've found one to be true out of hundreds, and I've discovered one that I believe is true. To me, this now, what does that mean? To me, maybe there is a numerical phenomenon of the Quran, but most of the claims about it are not true, are made up. Maybe at some point we'll find further things, but at this point, I have no choice but to share your skepticism of the question. So I'm very skeptical of that. Thank you, Yusuf.
Yeah, so I also agree with you. I think one of the problems for me with this always is that you have to do some kind of mental gymnastics, or because there is the 19 miracle that is advocated by Adib Yüksel, who was a student, incidentally, of an Egyptian man who first started with the that notion. But for me, always the problem is that, well, it only works if you not acknowledge the last two surahs of the Quran or something like that. So you always have to do something, right, to be able to make this reasonable. And I'm going to make a joke, but they almost want to say, if you turn the Quran on its head, then you can see it, or something like that. But that's one. Second thing is, so even then, what does it mean? I think it's a very books like Quran and science are very modern phenomena. Okay, finding trains in the Quran, television in the Quran, scientific miracles in the Quran, very modern, because the currency has changed within discourse. Nowadays, you can't, convince people anymore unless you somehow bring it back to empirical evidence or whatever, right? So that's the only way wherein we can still explain or try to convince someone else of why the Quran is true. But that creates problems such as What about the ashab of the Prophet? You know, did they know that there was a TV in there? That there was like computers in the Quran and all that? So they didn't know that, and yet they found it a very important and very interesting book. And that to me, you know, where the real miracle for me in the Quran is when the Quran says something like, even if it's against your own family, you still should always remain just. See, that's the real miracle. You know what I mean? Like that message, I don't hear it anyone teaching me. I can't find it in any YouTube video. I can't find it in any other book. This kind of calling to be a greater, better self. You know, and that part for me is the real and true and consistent and persistent miracle. There is no one, like in Holland, for example, a lot of things got privatized, healthcare, etc. It's starting to look more like the United States, and we're starting to lose very fundamental things bit by bit due to like all of this kind of economic liberal capitalism. But the Quran says, it doesn't matter, I don't care. In any age, people will always have certain rights. And that I have anchored in the concept of zakat. And plus, on top of that, there's also sadaqah. So this, for me, this idea that we can't negotiate zakat, there's no possibility. The only way you can get out of zakat is if you yourself are incapable of giving it. But the moment that you're capable of giving it, there is no negotiation. There is no, oh, well, you know, maybe this, that, or whatever. And that to me is itself extremely miraculous, because how did a man in a desert figure out something this fundamental, and that even in modern societies is not a given? Even in, you know, the most richest Western societies, this is not a given. But yet this book just does not waver from these very fundamental rights that humans. And then you get other kinds of ijaz, which I do find fascinating, like وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ, you know. So it's like mean is to just specify it's only a part of it that they give, not all of it, you know. Then the ijaz, that ijaz I like more than the adadi ijaz, because the adadi ijaz says nothing to me in a sense, right? Says nothing. But if someone tells me, and that happens in Holland too, and that, Sheikh, I have to be very careful. If a Dutch boy comes to me and he says, I just converted to Islam. Oh, and you say, why? What did you like so much about Islam? And he says, i'jaz al-adadi. Then I'm not going to say, don't, that's takalluf, you know. Then, do you get what I mean? I say, oh, nice, okay, and goodbye, you know. So a lot of modern people that convert to Islam do for reasons that you yourself don't even feel are essential and very important to Islam. So that's one of the things about the issue of trust, transparency. One of the things that I did differently, I think, than some other projects is, okay, I don't only problematize the numbers. So what do the numbers mean? But I also problematized other digital humanities projects, because what they did was they said, here is 100 something. And then, but how did you come to that conclusion is also not transparent, is also not clear. And sometimes they also hide this. It's almost like hadith scholarship. It's a tadlis, you know, they hide, they mask it away, because if you really, so when I was approached to the project, they said to me, we have other people calculate the most cited verses in Furu al-Fiqh from the Malikis. And the most cited verse is that God showed Musa the greatest sign. And then anyone who is a little bit understanding of Islamic studies will say that's not possible. Where is the verse on Salat? Where is the verse on Tayammum? Where is those should be on top, not something like this. So it was a miscalculation. And when I was in high school, the teacher would always say, just having the right answer is not enough. You also have to have the sum. You know, that how the sum has to also be right. And how do you get to the right answer, right? So in that sense, my work was released as a separate data set, almost like an accountant, like having receipts. right? So you saw the Excel sheet, remember, with all of those rows. That's my way of saying whatever I found, here are the receipts. So if someone wants to do the accounting of all those dots, they have the receipts there. And that's how, so science should be reproducible. You should be able to reproduce my image by using the same data. And that's what I do believe in. But where it does get tricky is with AI. AI, there is a whole field called explainable AI, because an AI reasons in numbers. So for an AI, he just sees 6, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you give it some information and then say, give me the result. It gives you the result. And then, but how did you AI figure that out? My feeling is we won't be able to decode that as humans. But my feeling is that we might come to a point where the AI might explain it to us. We'll say, okay, dumb human, just sit down, I'll explain it to you. And then explains step by step how it came to that kind of realization. So with AI, there is the problem of they call it a black box problem, basically. That still is definitely an issue, yeah. And for that reason, I find an AI sometimes to be like a child. When children say, Baba, that looks like this, or she looks like a bird or something like that, and you think like, you go like this, and then you look from side or down, or maybe you look from above, and then you suddenly see what the child is seeing as a bird. So sometimes what the AI is suggesting is looks stupid, maybe, but in reality, it's because it saw a relation that you have not even seen to the data, which is another thing that you have to be open to maybe think that, how could it be right about this? You know, why would it say all Indonesians are like cheese? And you go like, I don't understand. And then you hear it, you know, think about, well, Indonesians are soft people, you know, they're, you know, very nice people, and cheese is soft and nice, and maybe then you can understand it, right? So these are things. Huh?
And tasty.
Yeah, and tasty, you say.
Yeah. Numerical miracles of the Quran. It's a kind of modern phenomenon.
Yeah.
Part of the scientific miracles of the Quran just appear in modern periods when Muslims encounter with the West with you know, huge scientific development. So they developed the idea of scientific. I remember when I was bachelor students in Al-Azhar, one of my friend said to me, there is car in the Quran because there is word sayyarah in the Quran. Yeah. Okay, Pak Aul, I find you raised your hands.
Okay. My name is Aulia. You can call me Aul or my Western name Paul.
How?
I am a student of Islamic Studies in Pasca Sarjana. So my first name goes to both Emad and Yusuf. In your opinion, which is the easiest way to join this digital humanities trend? Is that Islamic scholar and then learn about programming, or the programmer learn about Islamic topic? That's the first one. And then the second one, based on your working time, what would you call yourself right now? It would be programmer or Islamic researcher? Thanks.
Oh, I like this question a lot. Oh, what a nice question. So I'll start with the first one. That's a good one. You know, where digital humanities projects failed, and I've seen sometimes hundreds of thousands go into them without any real good results, it's because they were thinking very simple. They were thinking, you have one Islamic studies professor, he has the idea, he has the proposal, he has the knowledge, the domain knowledge, and then only thing he needs to still do is just get a bunch of clever programmers. That's all he needs to do. Get a bunch of clever programmers, put them in one room, and then say, calculate this, calculate that for me, and then bring the results. And what happened was those projects were inefficient, in my opinion, because the programmers were not capable of producing the correct results, because I think they couldn't verify the results in the first place, right? I think that's why Imad is like, he's like the Hulk. Do you know the Hulk, like of those movies, right? He's like a Hulk, you know, because he has first Arabic as his native language. Okay, then he knows linguistics and computational linguistics, right? And then he has Azhar training in also Islam. So those three things combined, he becomes a Hulk. Do you know what I mean? Because he can, like, literally, I can't give a programmer instructions that has no knowledge of Islam and then, you know, or Arabic, find all the mass and differentiate them and, you know, make a difference between wallahi, billahi. Then you get those weird results, and you get professors who hide away those, how they were calculated, and try to make sense of those. So that's why I think you have to be, first and foremost, an Islamic studies person, or at the very least have some basic Islamic training. And then, depending on your problem, you can debate how much of a programmer you should be. Because it all depends on your problem. If you, some problems really require a stronger expertise and familiarity with programming vis-a-vis other problems. And because it's a range, it will, you know, depend in a way, right? It will fluctuate, it will change accordingly. So, but while it is true that you can be a mediocre programmer, a lesser programmer, and still do a lot, you can't be an ignorant person when it comes to Islamic studies. Do you see? That is very foundational. So that's my feeling about it. And then how do you explain yourself? Oh my God, I have so much headache. I have so much pain about this. You don't know my pain at all. If you knew my pain, you would, because my problem has always been that people just do not accept both aspects of mine. They're like, always, he has to somehow fail in the other. He can't be good at two things because I am not good at two things. And then they make a choice. And that choice is often not a nice one. So an Islamic professor could say to me, like, you know, you're just a programmer. Do you know what I mean? Just because you're so good at programming, so you must be bad at Islamic studies then, you know, because it's an either or. But I believe classical ulama were always multiple things. They were, you know, they were like basically experts in multiple fields. And for that reason, I like my title a lot, because my title is not Assistant Professor Islam. My title is also not Assistant Professor Digital Humanities. My title is Assistant Professor Digital Humanities and Islam. And the end, I sometimes interpret as or, because there are, my book, for example, Quranic Hermeneutics, that was released by Brill recently, has 0 digital humanities in it. 0 digital humanities. Sorry? What's the cover? About the cover? Ah, good one, good one, good one. But I played with that. There's the template Indonesian is here. So I wanted to play around with that and put a network analysis. Yeah, that's a good one. The cover has it too, and maybe it tricks people into thinking there is digital humanities and they buy it, but just the picture has something of it. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. If you want my answer, I'll give a completely different answer that I hope is complementary. Do you know, are you interested in football? Do you know Muhammad Salah? If I'm Egyptian, I'm not really interested in football, but Muhammad Salah is the best known Egyptian right now. So I was meeting with a few Egyptian university professors a few months ago, and one of them was so sad. He said, Muhammad Salah makes 650,000 pounds a week, while I make 5,000 pounds a year. And I've studied so and so and so. We are intelligent people. And I said, sorry, Muhammad Salah is way more intelligent than the sum of us all. And he said, how come? I said, because you are limiting intelligence to one single trait that you study, you do some analysis, you go school, mathematics or computer science. This is nonsense. He's far more intelligent than you. In psychology, they talk about the theory of multiple intelligences. So intelligence is not one thing. Using your feet to control the ball is called kinetic intelligence, and it's a very rare kind of intelligence. So Muhammad Salah is far more intelligent than me. Why am I saying this? Because I've been teaching programming for many, many years now. And what I find is some people just don't get it. So no matter how you make it simple, you try to explain things to them, they spend hours and hours and hours on studying programming and they don't get it. And then they feel desperate and they feel that they are failures and so on. While those people may be great at social work, may be great at football, may be great at analyzing Islamic texts and so on. So what I'm saying here is, okay, people have different kinds of strengths. And it does not make much sense to force yourself to study programming if you find difficulty studying programming. What I suggest is that you try. If you're a computer scientist, and I was teaching research methodology last year, and I was teaching to engineers, and these were the worst people. They failed. Most of them failed in what humanities people pass, like flying colors, without any trouble at all. So it's not true that these are more intelligent than those. There are several different capabilities. So you try the different thing. You belong to Islamic studies, try programming. If it doesn't work, fine. You're a computer science, you try Islamic studies, it doesn't work, fine. The good thing here is that this is a university with people with multiple specialties. There is a computer science person among us, at least one person. Try, if it doesn't work, just go ask him to collaborate with you and you can do one good thing together. How I see myself? Well, it depends on who you ask. If you ask my wife, I'm a failure. That's it, thank you.
Yeah. That's why one of the reasons why we invite our colleagues from Faculty of Science, because we are not yet successful in collaborating with them. So that's why we call them. Maybe we can do something in the future. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I myself have a question about the interpretation. Especially for Yusuf, in your talk, also in your research with Christian Lange in data text mining. You mentioned that Shafi schools frequently cite the Quran than other schools, or particularly Hanafi schools. But I don't know if we can say that because Shafi'i school cite more frequently the Quran, it means that the school is based on the Quran or not. Because, for example, if we take, sorry, the first Quranic verse, La yamassuhu illal mutahharun. So the Quran is not touched except by those who are purified. So yeah, in Indonesia, we understand that the obligation of water ablution, wudu, water ablution is obliged for those who want to touch the mushaf based on this ayah. But I don't think that this ayah, from the perspective of Quran interpretation, it concerns or it deals with the issue of touching the Quran or wudu. It's about angels. So I have the impression that computational analysis deals more with quantitative analysis. But in interpretation, we have to go deeper. I don't know. What do you think? How to solve this problem? because you have the background of computer and programming.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it kind of goes back to the pragmatics discussion that we had a moment ago. Remember where we said, like, how would we train the computer to do the same thing as the Prophet did? And that was when he heard, you know, إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحُ وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا, that he said, well, my death is announced. And nowhere does his death get announced in explicitly. That's implicit. And how will we ever get computer models who are able to recognize those? You know, will the computer be even understanding that, you know, when the Qur'an says they don't mix zulum, you know, with their deeds, and that it says, well, that this is actually shirk and not injustice or something like that, right? So these are kind of maybe ways where you could reason in two manners. You could say we aren't there yet, or we will never be there. Okay, and that depends on how you look at these things. So if you and in both cases you could have a similar answer. So if you say we aren't there yet, you'd still have to do it yourself, and you can't let the computer do it. So there is the limitation of digital humanities. And we will never be there. You will still, again, then understand, well, what can digital humanities do for me? Because obviously it can't do this and will never be able to do it. But what is it really helpful in doing for me at this stage then? And for me, the things that are very helpful are stuff like, you know, text reuse, intertextuality. These are the kind of more important things that it can clarify to us. It can, I think, with hadith analysis, it can be extremely important. It can be important with, like, you know, network analysis of different Islamic knowledge production or ulama networks, etc. So all of these things can be extremely powerful and potent. But then the question, how do I become a better human being? I'm not sure whether it will ever come to the point of you know, answer that, or even help us answer that, even with numbers or something like that, right? So it's a question of limitations in a sense. And another problem with all of this is, we took 55 works, but if we take 100 works, how does the result then look like? We have certainly, what if new manuscripts get discovered of certain periods, maybe the formative era, Hanbali work, which we don't have in our corpus? What happens then with the results? You know what I mean? Like, so all of this stuff is also open to change even, which is another fascinating thing. So none of those conclusions in that paper will ever be, okay, this is it, and this is what it will be. It's like, no, this is it in relation to this method and this data set. But the moment that the method gets changed because AI starts to do more or not, the results will change. The more books we introduce, or different books we introduce, the results will change. So hopefully that kind of answers your question.
Oh, I have just a comment on al-mutahharun, and actually computation can help with that to make something more probable than the other. Al-mutahharun is the past participle form, the objective form of a verb that is a causative verb. So morphological analysis tells us that this is a causative verb. What's a causative verb? A causative verb is a verb in which you make someone do something. So tahara means to make someone be tahir. And it comes with things that are not default by nature. These things are not the natural state of things, which means something has to be done to turn someone into tahir in this specific case, which gives credibility to the interpretation that you have to perform wudu or some sort of tahara before you actually touch the kitab. So morphological analysis gives credence, gives more probability to this analysis and this interpretation. Say, okay, it's probably 70% more probable that what it actually means is that you have to perform wudu before you touch the kitab. So computational analysis can actually help with this particular case. In general, what Yusuf said is correct. We can only reach somewhere and there is a limit, but this specific case is different. Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, Pak Rafiq? Indonesian pattern, as you said.
أنا محكم في إندونيسيا والآخر متشابه.
وأنا محكوم في نص.
أنا أحق بالخلاف. Okay, just have a simple question. I have no idea about the program. I have no idea about the computer. My basic is in the Qur'an.
We don't have either. We're just faking it.
That my basic is the Quranic studies. I used to teach the qawaid usul al-tafsir wa qawaidu. One of the qaida is about at-takrar fil Quran.
Yeah.
So for Ibn Taymiyyah, it exactly says that the takrar is actually not the repetitions of the meaning. It's only the repetition of the words, even with the changes of the form of the words. So, and then we have some level to analyze the takrar fil Quran in the qawaid book by first see the form, whether it is ism or fi'l, and then if it is a mufrad or jama, and then we go to the closest reference, and if the closest reference is same, we go to the second level of the closest reference until the longest one from the ayah or the consecutive of ayah. So my question is very simple. So before, if we would like to analyze such kind of the issues in the qawaid al-tafsir, yeah, the best reference for us is Mu'jam Mufahras al-Fazil Quran. So my question is it a kind of the digital humanities that your work can help to solve such a kind of problem simpler or easier? Is it?
Simpler or easier, I know. All I can say is that we can create one of the first things that I create in digital humanities is my own version of Al-Mu'jam Al-Mufahras li-Alfaz al-Quran. So you can also create a Mu'jam Mufahras for any book. It becomes very easy. This is actually one of the very first things people learn, which is they call it quick, which is keyword in context, how to study the keyword in context and so on. So digital humanities can help a lot with that. When it comes to the repetition in the Quran and repetition of meanings or repetition of words, this again, I think delves more into the pragmatics question that Yusuf was talking about. Again, the vast majority of people, I'm not talking about ordinary people, you get the tafsir. And I have a very controversial opinion that many people dislike me for. There are only 3 books of tafsir. Okay, there is Az-Zamakhshari's book, Al-Razi's book, and Tafsir Ibn Ashur. Okay, all the other books I just copied from these ones. Okay, so even, if you look at Az-Zamakhshari, this is a genius, then comes Al-Razi, another genius, and everyone in between them is just copying from them, not bringing us anything new. So those people fail at the pragmatic level. So if the vast majority of Islamic scholars, as I see them, and this is a very controversial opinion, and lots of people dislike me for it, again, I don't believe those people are great interpreters. How about ordinary humans like us? How about computers then? This is a very difficult task to understand the pragmatics of things. التأويل الأول في المعنى الأصلي الأولي في كل شيء. It's completely difficult to understand for regular humans like us. It was difficult for most people who are exegetes. So I don't see a future in which AI will solve that problem. Thank you. And I hope that you don't dislike me for expressing my opinion about those things. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? The last one? Okay, and the last one, Aggie.
I admire, then you must be talking to Yusuf. No.
No.
Okay.
My question is, I know it's quite a bit controversial, but can we create like a tool to recognize the author verification of the Quran itself? Like the consistency of the structure and etc.
Yes and no.
Yes,
well, there is no scientific way to verify the authenticity of the Quran. And I'll go back to the question of Quran and science again. What is science? Science is probabilistic. Science is probabilistic in nature. It's based on observation. You come to a conclusion that everyone believes in as a scientific fact. And there is a huge difference between a scientific fact and a fact. Scientific facts are not facts. Scientific facts are dhunun, that people think that there is no better explanation. I'll give an example. If you go to the verse in the Quran, ayah of the Quran, أَوَلَمْ يَرَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَنَّ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ كَانَتَا فَفَتَقْنَاهُمَا. Okay? So, and then the Big Bang came, the Big Bang theory and so on. And, you know, this aligns perfectly with the Big Bang. So people say, okay, this is scientific evidence that the Quran is true. Okay, 5 years ago, lots of physicists began doubting the Big Bang. Okay, and now what if right now the Big Bang is the predominant scientific theory, but what if in 5 years from now it's not? So we have attached what is absolute, what is faith, to something that is probabilistic. And this is wrong in the first place. About the Quran and the authenticity and so on, there is no algorithm that can tell you whether something is right or wrong, whether it's attributed, you know, whether it's actually authentic, but it can tell you whether it is attributed to a specific person. So there is a scientific method, and I've developed that and published it, that tells you that the Quran and the Hadith do not come from the same source. It is impossible scientifically that the person who produced the Hadith is the same person who produced the Quran. Okay, does this mean that the Quran is from God? No, it does not. It's not evidence. Okay, maybe he stole it from someone else. Umayyad ibn Salt, for example, if you follow these. So there's absolutely no evidence, and I don't think it's a good idea to hatch Islam's wagon to the to science. That would be very detrimental. Science changes all the time. What was good for health, you know, people have been using artificial sweeteners for the past 50 years, and all of a sudden 2 months ago, lots of research about, you know, those, I've been using them myself, that they cause cancer and so on and so on. Do you want Islam to be tied to something that will change tomorrow? That's it. Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I think you still have some question on your mind, but we have to end this session. But before we end this workshop, we would like to invite Prof. Nur Hadi to give a closing statement. Microphone tadi. You may come here. Yes.
Thank you, Yusuf and Imat, for your illuminating lectures. I have been very excited to welcome Imat and Yusuf to Indonesia. That is why we organize 2.5-day full masterclass at Triple IU, where they taught the participants everything about digital Islamic studies, from a very conceptual thing into the practical guideline, how to apply such a conceptual understanding about Islamic digital humanities. And also, secondly, I brought them to Yogyakarta because I believe that what you have in your mind and in your smart brain are very important, and also
again
very, you know, yes, this is very important for audience in Yogyakarta as well. This is my hometown actually, and also my home base as the first affiliation as a professor, right? And there are some reasons why I have been very interested and excited to welcome both scholars. This is at least I have personal reason, academic reason, as well as institutional reason. For the personal one, actually I have been following their works for a couple of years. through several connections and networking. I know the first time the work by Eman when Omaria, my friend, when we were doing our master in Islamic studies at Leiden University. And Omaria, now he is a professor at Leuven University. I will send one of students from this school to Leuven under the supervision of Maria to undertake kind of a sandwich program, right? Iggy will be there in the near future for a couple of months, and Maria was a classmate of Iman, so this is very close connection. And Omariat came to Indonesia when we're organizing what is that, ICHIS in 2019 with the title at the time is, what is that, Islam in the Digital Age, something like that. Yes. And he presented collaborative work, paper written by him and you, right? So that is the personal connection somehow. And also with Yusuf, actually, when we organized last year the summer school, I was the convener together with Christian Lange and Pascal Buresi. Yeah, Christian Lange came here and also deliver his talk at Triple IU in a master class, the first master class on digital Islamic digital humanities at the time, and he also presented his paper, which was written with Yusuf. So this is another connection, you know. So the world is very small, actually. Christian, and then Omaria, and then Yusuf, and then Imad, and the other scholars in the cluster of Islamic studies today. That's why when Muhammad Al-Marakibi, the director of the Center of Islam and Global Challenges at Triple IU, he himself is Egyptian. Yes, when Muhammad Al-Marakibi proposed to invite both of them, I immediately agree with that proposal and supported all the effort to bring them to Indonesia. With Edinburgh, yeah, you graduated from Edinburgh, and Muhammad Al-Marakibi juga also graduated from Edinburgh, and the same supervisor, yes, Professor Joshua Ruster, yes, and then we have very close connection with Edinburgh. We now have a double degree program between the Islamic Studies Master Program at Triple IU and MSc program on Globalized Muslim World at the University of Edinburgh. This is personal research, and then the institutional one is that because we will establish digital Islamic Studies department. Yeah, because in Indonesia, you know, we just follow the same patterns of developing Islamic studies in Al-Quran wa Tafsir, Ulumul Quran wa Tafsir, and then Ilmu Hadith. Yeah, something like that. I don't want to repeat that pattern. Want to introduce something new, and because I believe that digital Islamic studies introduce us with everything new. Yeah, new perspective, new approach, new methodology, new methods, and also new analysis. This is very important to develop in Indonesia, and hopefully, since the beginnings of next year, the academic year of 2024, we can already introduce this program to academic audience in Indonesia. And the third reason is something academic as well. This is, you know, as I said, indicated before, actually, Islamic studies in Indonesia in terms of topics, approach, and perspective, and everything have been overwhelmed and, you know, quite repetitive. They are talking the same thing every time, and mostly for the interest of da'wah. Yeah. Either da'wah for moderation or da'wah for maqasidi. Yeah, this is everything about da'wah, not not really serious in developing knowledge in this sphere. That's why I hope that with this program, we can somehow touch on the interest of all academic audience in Jakarta and also Yogyakarta to start thinking something new. And last but not least, this is actually the opportunity I want to use to introduce the recent publication by Yusuf Telly. New book published by Brill. Just come out of the oven, right?
The 29th was the hardback.
Yeah.
So I hope.
Do you take the book with you?
No, that I hope that when I fly back to Holland, that there is a package ready. I'm not sure. My wife has not told me, but then I have not received the author copies yet.
Yeah.
That's new.
You can introduce the book 5 minutes probably to the audience. So
Of course,
they
yeah.
might
Thank you
be
for that
interested.
opportunity. So, like I said, my book has nothing to do with digital humanities at all. My book starts with two prejudices against Muslims. One prejudice is Muslims have no deep thinking about the conditions of understanding. So they have no philosophy of understanding itself. Whereas if you go to Al-Farabi, he says, تَفْهِيمُ الشَّيْء عَلَى الضَّرْبَيْن. So he has reflected on how does fahm, how does understanding work? Not understanding the Quran or whatever, but understanding in and of itself, abstractly, right? So that's one thing that people often say. West has figured out how understanding works. Muslims have no deep thinking about understanding. The only thing that they say is this is Zahir or that's Nas, or this is Mutashabih or that's Muhkam. But what is understanding itself and how do you understand? What are the conditions of understanding is not available. So they don't have a substantial hermeneutics. That's one. Second thing that I prejudice the book fights again is Turkey is not interesting. Okay, so I am not a Turk ethnically myself. I have not liked the Turkish government for many years as a child, especially not because I'm Kurdish, I'm a minority. But despite that, as they say in Islam, you have to be fair and you have to be honest, right? Despite that, I am saying, yes, Turkey is an interesting place for Islamic thinking. And so is Indonesia too. Indonesia and Turkey are not on the maps of typical academic discourse because A, the languages are a problem, okay, and B, people always conflate and simply think that Islam is just Arabic, that's it. So the book is fighting against these two prejudices by showing a non-Eurocentric idea that Muslims have produced deep thinking on understanding and the conditions of understanding. Then accordingly, I discuss all of this with regards to three Turkish thinkers with respect to two problems. One of them is, how do they think about subjectivity versus objectivity? So how much subjectivity is involved when you interpret the Quran? Is it inescapable? Is it something you can stop? Or, you can never stop interpreting subjectively the Quran. Is absolute objectively interpreting the Quran even possible? Is it not possible? Then once you figure this out, you can wonder two things, very typical Western philosophical terms that I use and kind of play around with. And that is the problem of surplus of meaning and futurity of meaning. Okay, what does this mean? Surplus means more, a lot. So the Quran also has a verse about zakat, give, what has remained over, the surplus, right? So this idea, they ask you what to give the surplus. Yeah, so this idea of, does the Quran have a surplus? Some have said it, right? Like, قُلِ اللَّهُمَّ مَالِكَ الْمُلْكِ تُؤْتِ الْمُلْكَ مَنْ تَشَاءُ وَتَنْزِعُ الْمُلْكَ مِمَنْ تَشَاءُ. And it's talking about, تَخْرِجُ الْحَيَّ مِنَ الْمَيِّتِ وَالْمَيِّتِ مِنَ الْحَيِّ. So you could say, Hayy and Mayyit is in this sense what? In the normal singular interpretative way, you say that means just literally life or death. But when you think about a surplus, no, there is a meaning on top of a meaning on top of a meaning on top of a meaning, and it could also mean you take iman out of someone who didn't believe and other way around, right? So this is surplus. The Quran does not say one thing, but five. And there have been debates even in classical Islamic thinking where, when the Quran says Inna Allah malaikatu yusalluna ala nabi ya ayyuhalladhina amanu sallu alayhi. So is the salah there two different meanings or one meaning or whatever? And if you believe in surplus, you say, yes, even one word can mean multiple layered things. That's one. Then you could argue another problem. Are there meanings that only, and goes back to the scientific interpretations too, is there a meaning in the Quran that was there? It was God put it in, but only you and I can discover this because it needed a future audience. It needed new circumstances. Is there a futurity to the Quran's meanings? Is the question that the book answers. So this is what the book is about. Hopefully you'll now be interested in reading it. So I wonder then, how it's going to be appreciated or received. My fear was the book will not be liked because it's not about what does the Sultanate of Delhi or some Qadi say in 1600 something. It's not very specific, philological, historical. So I thought no one is going to like this. The reviewers are going to throw it back at my face at Brill, and that's the end of it. But the book review came back because my supervisor was even like, this is so abstract, so philosophical. Then Johanna Pink was in the committee of the dissertation. They were like, this is so abstract. So all of the thing about Turkish is great, but all the philosophical stuff is so abstract and all that. Then I said, Bismillah, and I gave it to Brill, and the reviews came back. And the reviewer said, why isn't there more philosophy in it? And then I said, Alhamdulillah, that even, see, there is a futurity to my book. So even my book has a future audience that can understand it better than the people who were back then in my committee even, or my supervisor. So I'm really curious what's going to happen next. Will this book be, in that sense, something that will open up new avenues wherein contemporary philosophical thinking and Quranic studies come together finally, because I'm using people like Foucault, I'm using people like Ricoeur, and so forth? Or will it be an interesting experiment and people will say, let's go back to the Sultanate of Delhi and see what Qadis were doing there?
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nur Hadi, for the closing statement. And also, Yusuf, I just captured from your Twitter's posting about your book. Yeah, it's entitled Critical Hermeneutics, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Contemporary Philosophical Perspectives in Turkey on the Understanding and Interpretation of the Quran. Yeah, published by Brill. So thank you very much for your illuminating presentations. We hope that this is a beginning for collaboration, yeah, between us and also our colleagues, between those specializing in Islamic studies and also in programming and computer sciences, to do better job in research. And because the core idea of the computational analysis is interdisciplinary approach. Yeah, so we lack the digital analysis, computer analysis, and analysis in Islamic studies and humanities. So okay, I'm very optimistic optimistic. So because we have joke in Indonesia, never to be optimistic, be pessimistic always. Yeah, it's joke. Okay, thank you very much. We close this session by saying Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Let's give big applause to our guest. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, photo session. One of the most important thing.
I'm not very photogenic, but well, I've never had choice in this life, so yeah. Rafiq. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Anna, let's take. Anna,
Yes, we have some souvenir for you both. Will be delivered by Prof. Abdul Mustaqim, the director. Pak Direktur di sini aja, Pak Direktur. Di sini aja. And for you, Yusuf.
Welcome. Wow. I have not even seen it printed yet.
He printed this.
I'm not.